All right, so yes, we are live on YouTube now, I believe. Let me double check and see that go. Yes. All right, so picking back up where we left off, we needed to actually create some, like a new database table and change our relations a bit, because notifications are created separately from keywords, and then they're just associated with each other. So you can have the same, like, SMS phone number validated once, and then reuse it for all of the different keywords you want to listen to, as an example. But maybe only a couple of the keywords you want to listen to, that kind of stuff. So yeah, we did that last time, and then we started getting into the weeds of how we want to do this front end, like, modal, because as we select the type, right, email, SMS, etc., we're going to have form fields that pop out below it that are going to be specific to that polymorphic data type. And we haven't even gotten into how are we going to save that stuff to the database and how are we querying for those things in a way that we can fetch all of them at once. And it's going to be a bit of manual, like, type coercion, I think. The back end, we don't have to worry about the types as much. We just need to make sure the database queries work. But the front end is then going to need to be able to type that stuff better. So, yeah, that's the part we're on right now. And let's dig into kind of where we left off. The first thing I want to do is give this field a label. That should be pretty easy. I'm a little bummed that select doesn't have a label prop itself, but let's double check that here on Neo-Brutalism. Oh, we do see select label. It's just not used in the example. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, here we can see... Oh, yeah, it's just not used in the examples. But... Oh, no. Select label is actually internal. So if we do this, we see that fruits is the label for that section. That is not what I want there. So I think we need input label here. Ooh. So we need to give this an ID. See if that renders right. What? Oh, and this doesn't have an ID, so I wonder if we're running into an error there. Uh-oh. Plot twist. Oh, and we're calling the form org form. That is not correct. This is notification form. I'm thinking our front end might be crashed or something. Or we're running into the same problem we've had in the past, right? So it leads me to believe that it's not just a Mantine problem. We've had the same issue with Mantine where if we were to change this, the content inside of the dialog, right, through the portal is not reactive. Like, now maybe it's not reactive or maybe it's just not live reloading, but it's probably related in some way. Let me double check. Anything at work to think about? Okay. So we see that field. Oh, and we've still got it in a form. I think that's a mistake. Hmm. Yeah, we'll leave the name in a form there, even though these things like split out now. But what we see here is the select is a button. We do see a label here. Oh, it's there now. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that was the reactivity issue. Got it. If we had just closed it and restarted, it would have been there. Okay. So one thing before I get any further. Hey, what's up, Maya? How you doing? How are the fish today? So let's destroy some tech debt. Ooh. I'm doing well. Yeah, doing pretty solid. I wish I could open up my window, but it's just too loud out there with the whatever pressure washer BS they're doing. But one of these days, dude, it's 24 degrees Celsius in this room right now. That's too hot. And what's up, Pranam? Yeah, you like it? Yeah. I posted it to social media, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, hey, that's the Gumroad theme, right?" And then obviously I made a joke. The greatest lie Gumroad ever told was making the world think they invented neobrutalism, right? Which is just a play on some bullshit, like other quote, right? Like the greatest lie the devil ever told was convincing the world he didn't exist or something. Whatever. I just adapted the quote because I thought it was funny. You were one of the first to use that design? I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of good companies doing like the neo-brutalism style. So I didn't realize that you guys were actually one of the early adopters. Yeah, I don't know enough about design either. To me, this harkens back to like GeoCities. Not a huge fan yourself. To me, there's something like fun about it. Right? It's not going to be perfect for every product, but I think some products really benefit from it. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Like glass morphism. Um, theme? Is there like a glass morphism UI library? Glass UI? Okay, so that's not it, but it talks about it. There's a generator. Here we go. Here's a Shad CN wrapper. It may have been the prettiest OS. You think it was better than 7, though? Ooh, I don't know about that one. That's a hot take. Really? I don't know about that. I do love the IT crowd joke, right? Moss and Roy end up next to a bag that might have a bomb in it. The robot creeps over, right? It's like messing with it. They show up, and Moss is like, a robot in the wild. Oh, can we keep it, Roy? Can we keep it? And Roy's like, no, but like, what's going on? They look and they see everyone's backed up because it could be a bomb that the bomb robot's dealing with. So then it freezes, at which point Moss is, asking, what operating system is it? Vista. We're going to die. Like, it just immediately, Moss is like, oh man, we're done for. I love that bit. Ooh, this seems broken? Like, the last morphism doesn't even seem like it's working. There you go. Well, that one's nice and pretty. I like that. One problem I have with glass morphism is it will tank performance. Um, as an example, Restream. When you go to edit some of your settings, like where you want to publish to, etc., it will add like the background blur or whatever for your overlay when that modal is showing. But if you have live video going, that tanks your CPU performance. And I'm on a brand new M4, or maybe it's an M3, but like I'm on a brand new machine. I think it's an M4 actually, that just chugs, right? Just terrible experience when you click any of the modals that pop up on Restream. Not if you pre-render the blur into an image. Well, I'm literally talking about when you do background blur and effects. So if we go to the home page for this thing, yeah, this effect right here, no, terribly broken. It's not even that good. So yes, I understand you could pre-render blur. You could also do stuff where like if you're not doing the blur, but you do like an opacity filter, that could be a little better. But yeah, any of the background blur stuff, I find a really broken experience. Really bad for your users. If they're on a mobile device, you're going to chew up their battery. That's the problem I have with it, mainly. And even opacity, like background opacity, can have that same problem, but it's not quite as heavy as background blur. Website for fixing blurry photos. You could try passing it into, like the new Chat GPT or something. My problem with a lot of the websites that say they fix blurry photos is that they actually just upscale the photos, which doesn't actually fix the blurriness. So, no, I don't really know of a good service for that. I think photos, it's easier. For video, you're really screwed. And 1 second. Oh. Well, I don't know who Kuthi is, but whatever. I mean, Kennedin, just sorry. If you can't find it, then it's not there. Like, too bad. Deal with it. This isn't a channel for you to treat as your own personal search engine, man. All right, I want to keep that around. And Khalid, I'm building the same thing we've been building. It's just a listener for Blue Sky as a service. All right, so one thing I wanted to do before we get too far is I want to create a variant, if I can. We were talking about glass morphism, right? So using like background blur stuff. Yeah, that's called neo-brutalism. So we see BG main here. Hmm. Yeah, I really wish this was using class variance authority, because I want to create a variant for it. Maybe the Tailwind config, we just create like a BG danger. Hmm. Let's go look at Tailwind docs real quick. I really don't like the CSS variable approach. I find it really annoying. But we could do something like this. Okay. So we could do var red 200. I think it's color red 200 though. Hmm. Okay. We do see BG danger, but we don't see a definition for it. Dash dash danger is not defined? Hmm. What did I call it? So I just did because I was double checking that too. Hmm. Yes. Two dashes is required. What's up, Verilog? Let me try this first. Just do exclamation point song and you can get a link to it. Yeah, I wanted to avoid hard coding this. Whatever. Probably not going to change that stuff anyway. But, it works. Nice, Mad Hacker. Have you seen Skylight Social? I like this one, right? The unbannable short form video platform. Yeah, Mark Cuban even backed it. Yep. Yeah, pretty cool. And you can log into it with your existing Blue Sky account, which is cool. All right, so one thing I want to do. Yeah, awesome, Mad Hacker. I want to get icons for these things. What icons did we use? Over here. All right, we have them hard coded right now. Yeah, here we go. So mail, message, square, more, SI Slack, SI Discord. Yeah. Sky Funnel is a play on like Blue Sky and all that. So yeah, like this is just a temporary name. We'll have to figure out a proper name at some point, but not today. Interesting. So one issue is that our notification types are actually driven by the backend. We'll hard code this for now. Oh, and I did that backwards. So we'll do Slack and Discord there. Hmm. So hold on. I just want to give this a better type. Interesting. Oh, wait. I think I'm missing one thing. If we look at network. No, that looks right. Interesting. Well, let's do this real quick. Why are we not able to get an icon in there? And let's go look at the shadcn docs and the API reference. So the select checkbox, how do we get it to render on the right? All right, so here we see select item. Yeah, we can just put this after. But we want this to be right. Padding left 8. Swap these around. What the hell, dude? All right, 1 second. Let me get more music going. Let's make sure I'm bringing those in from the right place. Yeah, components UI select. Okay. So now that breaks. So yeah, we're running into a bit of lack of reactivity here. Objects are not valid as a React child. Right. Hold on. So what's the way to do that? Um, that could be it. Okay, that worked. Yeah, so then this would probably be a span. And what's up, Talented? I really don't like that the dialogue doesn't update the way we want. Okay, so then our next step here. Weird that this isn't kicking in. So yeah, we might have to do a div here. Yeah, I think I just need to make the icon smaller. Oh. The alignment looks a little funky. I don't think it's... Justify center would be left to right when it's a row. I don't think it's the end of the world. It's just a little off. And they do actually look centered, but there's like a 1 or 2 pixel difference. That looks like it's padding on the icon itself. Yeah, we can check that in a sec. Because, yeah, that's too much. Like a glove? I think 1 pixel's fine. It works zoomed in. It does get wonky zoomed out. Oh. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, zoomed out, it's a little off. It's not bad, though. Yeah, I'm going to call it good. So then, yeah, we select email. We got the checkbox on the right. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's totally fine. So real quick, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'm going to rinse out the beverage glass. And yeah, how's everyone's Monday going? I know everyone got a case of the Mondays, but yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee, and I will be RB. Sorry, I had to use the restroom. I did see the question before I popped out. And, hey, what's up, Code Drift? Yeah, getting the dancing in while I'm away. Touche. Touche. But yeah, let me double check. The question was, can they notify to different emails? Yes. What you're not seeing right now is the fact that we're going to have a form per notification type. Got to fill the seat. Oh, I guess when I walk away, hold on, let me look at this. Right? It's like the dog sitting in the chair. Oh, I like that. That's kind of good. It's our own version of Planky. Oh, I need some more water too, real quick, before we get too deep. Before we get too deep. Okay, and now I'm back. Yeah, there we go. We had Clippy filling the seat too. But yeah, I rinsed the glass. It's a little wet still. All right, look at how clean that glass looks. It was getting a little bit hazy. And I hate hazy IPAs. Hazy whiskey's way worse. Okay, so I like the way this thing looks. I'm going to call that good. What we're going to do next is we're going to get the dynamic forms in there. Oof, uranium glass, gnarly. Uh, is it radioactive enough to be a problem? Like, you probably don't actually want to use it. But is it okay to have around? No negative health impacts when you handle the glass correctly. Okay. Yeah, I mean, bananas are radioactive too. Which is just plain bananas. Yeah, I wouldn't drink beverages, like, out of it. But just to have them is kind of cool. Like, you definitely have a black light pointing at the bookshelf, right? I would have modified the bookshelf with a bunch of black lights for sure. Honestly, if you want to start streaming, that would be pretty cool as a background for a stream. They were already there? Okay, perfect. You could always do an avatar. Right? Like, you've seen El Clonk, right? All right, like the avatar they got's pretty good. Oh, no? Yeah, no, they got a good stream. I'll just do a quick shout out. Wait. There you go. Yeah, they've got like a cool ASCII art avatar. I mean, I don't know, man. PHP is kind of having a resurgence. No, and I'm not trying to force you to do it. I'm just trying to let you know, like, there's a place for everyone. If anything, stream is really nice to help keep you accountable. Like, we go off on tangents here. But I'm not just hopping over and playing video games. I'm not doom scrolling Reddit right now, you know? So even with the random tangent here and there, I'm far more productive here on stream than I would be otherwise. So, I don't know, just throwing that out there. Anyone else that's considering streaming, it's really nice just to like have a community that you look forward to chatting to every day. And also have a dedicated time in which you're absolutely like working on something. And I never said it died. I'm saying it's having like resurgence, right? Like Robert Downey Jr. didn't die, but there was a lull where you didn't really see him much. He may have been in prison during some of that time. Spoilers. No, I'm not talking about any character he played. I'm talking things that he actually definitely did. Like, dude, no, he went to jail. He totally went to jail. It's kind of remarkable that he was able to revive his career. Yeah, he openly admits it, for sure. But okay, so now that we've got the drop down how I wanted it, right? We got a type and all that BS. We need to get these forms loaded. Looks to me like it just goes full width. Yeah, like, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Now, how it works when the screen is shorter, that I'm not sure of. So that's not ideal. Yeah, so we'll have to work on making sure the form scrolls properly. But that's not too big of a deal. Because yeah, this is definitely the kind of app that is not like a crazy kind of dashboard, and you would expect people to want to try and manage it or use it from mobile. So we'll definitely want to make that work. Um, so hold on. I got a quick question before we get too deep again. Who out here would consider themselves a, like, when they use Git, they are probably like 70% and above using the command line? Like, definitely me. You've seen how I use Git. I don't use Git Kraken Desktop or Git Lens for like doing most of my Git commands. You only use CLI. Perfect. Okay. So what I would get at is we need to do some user interviews about our new CLI tool. And that's basically the only criteria we care about. Would you be willing to hop on a call with me to chat about this and maybe go through using our new CLI tool in maybe like a dummy repo that we have? Okay. Yeah, yeah. Paper copies? Yeah, yeah, exactly, CodeSpin. Okay. Yeah, yeah. No, so that makes sense. So basically, who here works on multiple repos? And this isn't a criteria for the interview. Like, we could chat and do it anyway. No, that's fine, talented. Honestly, that might still be good. So number one, right? Instead of git commit dash m and then having to come up with a name, you could do gk work commit dash dash AI, and it comes up with the commit message for you. Boom. Right? You could also do gk work PR create dash dash AI, and it'll create a PR for you as well. It'll create the title and the description. I think the descriptions need work, especially if it could do it in some like templated way, which would be cool. Like if we could look up PR templates for GitHub, that would be like a major feature. But again, we want to prove out the idea of what we're doing first. So those two things right there, bam. And then the idea is beyond that, maybe this doesn't fit you, but in general, we want to understand if like our abstraction for a unit of work or a work item or a workflow, etc., makes sense. So the idea would be, well, hold on, talented. I would love recommendations in a call. Let's hop on a call. But no, you can say it too. But here's the big thing. Do you work on multiple repos that are somewhat related? No, feel free to recommend it here too. I'll just pass it on. But I think getting like proper feedback would be nice. But just imagine you have your back end and your front end, and you're sharing maybe like gRPC definitions between those, right? You need to regenerate your gRPC client or whatever. Does anyone work in projects like that where you kind of wish it was a mono repo, but you're still working with just like, two separate repos? So Mad Hacker, your main web app has 6 repos. Okay, like one's like the UI library or something. That's another good example. Let's say you have your main app, but then there's like a common UI library that you need to iterate on or make fixes and changes to. But you want to like create those as like a unit of work. Okay, so here's the idea. Imagine you get a ticket to fix something in the backend definition, right? Like add some props from the database to the responses and then regenerate your gRPC. But you also need to bring that into the front end because it's part of the same ticket. What you could do is gk work create, and this creates a work item. And that work item you can then associate the repos with. And you can use like Gitkraken workspaces to make that easier instead of having to add them every time. You could even like create some work based upon an issue within Jira and I think GitHub issues too. So then you've got this like work item that takes your default branch and creates a new branch from that and switches to it all under the hood. So gk work create does that part automatically. You're now on these branches. It is dangerously close to vibe coding. Yeah, for sure. So now you just make your changes inside of your editors. You add that work. You can do gk work commit dash dash AI, and it'll make commit messages for each of those separate repos based upon the changes you made to them specifically, not like as one big thing. And then from there, you can do gk work PR create, and it'll create the PRs for each of those repos individually, and it'll even associate them with each other via like a comment on that PR. Then once they're merged, you do gk work end, and it'll switch the local repos back to their main default branch and delete that temporary branch that was there. So Mad Hacker, yeah, are you in our Discord? Because if you want to hop on a call and like fiddle with it, I'd love to hop on a call and like see you test it out. You don't have to test it out with your own stuff. Part of the process will be I'll be creating some ephemeral repos that you can just like pull down. You don't want to hop on a call, that's fine. Oh, you're saying maybe you're not in the Discord. Let me get the Discord link for you. Just in case. Again, no pressure if you don't want to do it. You're not going to offend me by saying no. But as a developer advocate, it's part of my job right now to make sure that we are getting user feedback about this kind of stuff. Okay, so yeah, 1 second. Let me pass you the link. I would say go hop into our Discord And then you can leave the Discord immediately if you got too many Discords you're in already or something, and send me a PM, like a private message, and we can like schedule up a call. It probably won't be for like another week. Yeah. I wouldn't want anyone to talk about anything they can't talk about, but I will create, some fake repos that you can pull down, and like I could give you access, or maybe like the better way would be you fork it, and then you're just making PRs to your own fork. But we could like go through the process of you like figuring that out and testing and all that. So yeah, Code Spent. I'd love to hear from you too. Send me a message on Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky, and we can set this up. But probably won't be for another week. Like, I still got to set some stuff up and get things ready. So yeah, 1 second. Let me at least just say... And this goes for everyone else, people that haven't chimed in or anything. Again, just send me a message and we'll set it up. I want to get, maybe like 10 people going on this or more. Like, as many as we can get, really. There you go. Yeah, makes sense. All right. So yeah, all we'd do is we'd hop on a call, you'd go through a process of testing out and fiddling with it, giving your feedback and letting us know what we could do to make it better, or if we're like actually solving a problem that you have. And I could see about some kind of incentives. Like in the past, we've done Amazon gift cards. If you're willing to do it without that, that makes me look even better, but totally up to you. And I don't know, I'm wondering if we could potentially give away licenses to Get Kraken for it. That way you could actually test it out with your work stuff. But there's also like free trials you could use as well. But I don't know, something to think about. Yeah, there you go, Code Spent. Totally. So yeah, send me some Discord messages or PM me on any platform that we're on. Even here on Twitch would work. I'll make sure I actually look at that stuff. I don't look at my PMs here on Twitch much. But Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord, I definitely see a bunch. Ooh, unpaid road tolls. Yep, for sure. I get both of those ones. Real quick, let me open up this window. Dude, it's 24.6 degrees Celsius. What temperature even is that? Dude, that's like mid 80s, right? Yeah, I gotta open these windows. So yeah, 24.6 Celsius. I gotta look this up. Okay, so it's mid 70s. Still too hot. Like, way too fucking hot. 76, yeah. Way too hot. I'm melting. In a beanie and a sweater, exactly. I mean, this is a really, really thin hoodie. So it's not that bad. But let me get more music going, and we'll continue. I just wanted to, like, reach out and see if people would help me do this, because we need to conduct some user interviews. Talented as well, just send me a PM if you're willing to check it out. And honestly, we're not looking just for yes men. I'm looking for people that are critical of the process. All right, so back to what we're doing. Let's get this dynamic form stuff going. All right, so this part is if we do have a selected type, we want to show the form for it. All right, so this is going to be form map. Hey, what's up, Cinder? How you doing? It's a little strong. We'll have to pace it. Doing good, getting your new PC set up. Nice, nice. Was that one that James helped you build? Or did you just buy like a complete from some service? I know you mentioned you were getting it shipped. I'm just wondering like where it got shipped from. Right, because James helped Worm build his, right? Damn, Talented. I always see memes about that. Oh man, I always see memes about it, but I've never met someone that it happened to. Ah, you got a pre-built as a birthday gift from your dad. Awesome. Yeah, that you'll probably get more use out of that than a 3D printer anyway. Nice, talented. Hell yeah. What you could do now with those SD cards is you could build like a RAID array. I'm not sure how that would even work, but that would be kind of cool. It'd be kind of fun to mess with. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, if they sent it to you, you're not on the hook to send it back. Like, that's like a bank error in your favor, except, better than the bank. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that would be wrong. There you go. Someone finally did it. I guess it's a YouTube video. Yes, it sort of works, but really expensive. I mean, it's not expensive if the cards are free. If you have too many SD cards lying around and have no plan how to deal with them, this might be a good idea. There you go. Nah, that's awesome. Hell yeah, talented. It's only a good idea if you're wanting to do it for fun. If you actually want to store data on something like this, you deserve whatever you get. You get an awesome test bed of how good your backups are. Imagine having to store data on a volume who has 10 times greater odds of random failure. That'd be an amazing way to check your ability to keep good backups. Am I not allowed to upvote? Because it's 7 years ago? That makes sense. And then walk away. Yeah, exactly. Keep in mind, though, code spent, you need to say the eagle flies at midnight or something like that, though. Yeah, there you go, talented. You could follow up with make sure he gets this. But yeah, you gotta like do something like the stork carries the wind of the future. What? Oh, I haven't seen John Dies at the End in ages. Oh, I love that movie too. I want to like I see it on Tubi all the time, but there's at least one scene that is definitely like a no-go for watching on the chill stream. Right? When the door handle turns into a dick. Spoiler alert. There's at least one scene. I'm pretty sure there's others too. All right, so back to what we're doing. We want to do this for men. Ooh, there you go. What's the right way to do this? Can we do this with render props? Okay, no. What we can do is just a selected form. Oh, wait. Hold on. No, it might have been onto something. I don't think we can do that. Nah, that's definitely not going to be right. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to create a whole separate component. Things in Vim can show emojis. I mean, do you mean Vim or NeoVim? And I would think both would be Unicode capable at this point, but maybe Vim less so. I don't see why Vim would be that far out of date. Like NeoVim should at least support it though. So you're in Vim proper, not NeoVim. Okay. Yeah, I would have expected... You've never used NeoVim? No, I get it. I'm curious, is that just because you haven't felt a need, or is it too much work to, like, migrate your config or something? Like, is there a reason? And you don't need one. Like, the answer is simply just because. That works. I'm okay with it. Oh, you're like remoted into a server right now. Got it. Yeah, no, I totally get that. Yeah, I wouldn't install NeoVim into a server. Fuck that. Hell no. Nope, you couldn't make me. Yeah, normally if I'm inside a server, I'm using Nano. It's fine. It works. I feel like I've definitely been in some kind of server instance, at least at some point, where Vim wasn't there. And either only like VI or Nano are there. And I typically opted for Nano. But if Nano's not there, then I guess VI it is. Because VI I feel like is always there. I've never met a case where VI was not available. Yeah. Yeah, maybe not Vim, but VI. Yeah. And honestly, I'm familiar enough with like NeoVim these days and Vim in general that I could probably make VI work. I just wasn't in the past. All right, so here's what I want to do now. We're going to take most of these forms and bring them over to here. And this component is going to do like the conditional rendering logic. So hold on, this got auto-completed. This is name, not type ID. And base form schema. Yep, we need to add name to here. All right, so we're still not done yet. Man, yeah, polymorphic forms or dynamic forms, just the worst, man. And Mad Hacker, if you're still out there, please send me a DM. I'd love to chat about your use case more and see if what we're building makes sense for you. But again, no pressure. Sorry. That's the last bit of pressure I'll give. And if you don't want to use Discord, send me a DM anywhere else you want. They should be open. I think even LinkedIn should allow it. So, totally up to you. Code spent, that goes for you too. I say no pressure and then I apply the pressure. It's like that scene from Major Pain. Want me to take your mind off that pain? You might feel a little bit of pressure. Right, and it's actually, you want me to take your mind off that leg? Give me a hand. Might feel a little bit of pressure. Snap! Oh, my finger! Works every time. Yeah, no worries, Cutsman, for sure. I'd actually be curious to chat about building a Discord bot, because I'm going to need to do that for this at some point, too. Like, we'll do it as content on stream anyway, but, yeah, you know, happy to chat about that, too. Mad Hacker versus Mad Hatter? Sounds about the same to me. I got a sneeze coming. Woo! Woo! Uh, oh. Woo. I don't know if we're going to need the form map, right? Because we're going to be matching just on the value. So then this would be... Oh, this feels an awful lot like vibe coding. I know, right? Massive vibes right there. I know, right, Spyrius? That was way too much vibing right there. Jesus. All right, so I don't know what I did. I think technically Twitter was like, oh, hey, your premium subscription's expiring. Let's let the algorithm kick in to, like, hook you on keeping that badge. Hint, it's not going to work. But I just had two, like, posts go big, right? The ratio for this one's insane. 250 likes on 7,700 views? That's crazy. And then, let's see, what was the other one? The Shad CN one is, like, really crazy. 348 likes, but on 26,000 views. So, yeah, like, I don't know, man. couple things blew up. I haven't had a tweet go that big for a long fucking time. Like a long time. What was the last one that did that? Like, that did numbers like that? Yeah, I don't even remember. I have no idea. I guess some of my tweets are kind of like throwaway garbage, so I get that. That makes sense. Yeah. I used to be able to count on like 1,000 views per post, and now it's gone way down. Yeah, shit. Eh. Yeah, man, dude, it's been a long time since we've had something go, like, not even like fully viral, but shit, like, just bigger than the dungeon it seems like I've been put in. Dude, I want to say it's probably been at least a year since we've had a post go, like, big. Yeah, crazy. Like, definitely not worth playing for worth paying for Twitter Blue. Like, dude, they've been burying me for weeks, for like a year or two. Like, fuck that shit. But yeah, how you doing, Thornity, Mister Sir? Um, wait, what do you mean by that, David? Sorry. A lot of my stuff does like link elsewhere, but nah, even the tweets that don't, like, man, yeah, they just don't show them to people. It's actually kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a big problem that Blue Sky has too. Nah, yeah, I don't remember like what the specific BS for Twitter is. Like, they really don't like it when you link to other stuff. Right? Like, that's why you see when Theo posts, he'll say like, "Hey, got a new video out." But he only posts like the thumbnail, and then the next like follow-up tweet in that thread is him shouting out like the link. I just find I'm too lazy to care that much about it. Like, for a YouTube post, I might do it, but anything else, like, I don't care. Yeah, no, it's really bad, right? They just want to keep people on platform, but, like, that's not the whole point of Twitter. Yeah, so here's the thing, David. Like, Blue Sky could do that, but Blue Sky advertises that they just don't have an algorithm. They think that's a selling point, but it's actually a flaw. Pretty much nobody outside of your immediate network sees any posts. Unless people are actively, like, reposting for you on Blue Sky. So really, if you guys are on Blue Sky and you want to support anyone, including me, make sure you're reposting that shit to the rest of your community. Because I guarantee the people you know aren't all the same people I know. And it's the only way to get it outside of your immediate network, because they don't have an algorithm. So that goes for everybody. If you don't want to retweet my shit, or re-skeet my shit, whatever they call it, you should be reposting other people's stuff to help improve that. I get it, but it doesn't incentivize people to post. And at the end of the day, Blue Sky still has like a content problem. Not enough people see the value in posting to Blue Sky. Unless they're already famous from elsewhere. There's nobody that's going to blow up on Blue Sky. All right, there's no point to someone being like, oh, hey, this really took off. Check out my, what is it? Check out my SoundCloud. You know, like the meme. That's actually a fundamental problem with Blue Sky as far as getting mass appeal. Because those fucking endorphins, man, you can't beat that as a content creator. Having those two posts go, I don't even want to call it viral. What's a good way to phrase it? Having two posts within the last couple days go somewhat allergic. Not viral, but allergic. Man, that shit's like really addicting. Without the possibility of going bigger than your immediate network, Blue Sky is going to really have a problem there. Going viral on Blue Sky is possible, but only if your community is actively reposting your content. Most of, at least my community, are very passive in the way they consume anything on Blue Sky. And even Twitter. I get more likes from people that don't follow me than people that do. Even on Twitter, you know? Like, it's crazy. When it comes to a post going bigger than my immediate network, at least. Now, maybe that just means I got a more mature audience and you guys aren't doom scrolling any of these platforms. That's fine. I could do with a few more terminally online viewers. But I'm just kidding. Nah. Like, I like the fact that y'all have lives. That's actually nice. All right, so we got this entire component basically vibe coded. We're gonna have to really like vet it, but I at least want to see something here. And because of how the portal and caching of that portal works, we got to refresh it, right? We do this. We then select email, and we see the email bit, right? We select SMS, we see that bit. No, I get it there. That's a great point there, Four Wheel, for sure. You know what social media actually needs that sounds like a meme? It needs the idea of basically like a web ring where you all agree to repost each other's content and engage with it. If you create like a network like that, you would be better off and you would get more engagement and all that stuff. But it needs to be like mutual. DeFi can do that. I don't know what DeFi is, but I feel like we read a post about something like that during the news crawl sometime in the past couple of years. Let me get more music going. So, David, you don't have a plan, you just have a concept of a plan. I got you. I got you. Sorry, bad joke, bad joke. All right, so we got something to fix there. Throughout the world, there's no such thing as a phone number with letters in it, right? For phone number, we probably even need like country code. Oh yeah, like JG Wentworth, 877 cash now. I mean, it's my money and I want it now. Christopher, I am well aware. My parents both worked on the 1-800 system while working at Belcor. Wow. Is every country's flag in Unicode? I didn't know that. I mean, it makes sense, but yeah, I didn't even think about that. Awesome. Well, shit. Did he just say whale shit? It's going to go in source. All right, we'll put it in here, but this is wrong. All right, so then here for notification form, we go down here and we find SMS form. This input's going to need to change. But do we actually need to validate the phone number other than making sure it's just digits? Digits and dashes? I don't think we do. So we could just apply a regular expression for that. Something like tell, right? So no matter what, yeah, we want to verify, right? A verification is required just cuz. Who would do it? I mean, to try and empathize with the type of troll that would do something like that isn't worthwhile. Someone would, and you need to protect against it. Who would try and do a SQL injection? Assholes. That's who. Yeah, no matter what, you got to protect against the assholes. You got to do it. Now, keep in mind, as a streamer, I have built up a fair number of haters. I am a bit of a jerk myself, so I've definitely built up a list of other jerks I don't agree with. Like, you know, like oil and water. We just don't mix. Most of that's my fault, so I'll admit that. Someone has referred to me as a bully. Well, usually only a bully to the people that deserve it, but that's a usually, not always. I'll admit that. Yeah, I would say the majority of the trolls and people that I ban deserve it, but I'm not perfect. No, not like the game bully, like a real life bully. No body is perfect? Ooh, I don't know. Mid-90s Heidi Klum? Or Fight Club Brad Pitt, however you, want to use the lens. Totally up to you. Maybe both. It's a wide world out there. It's fine, Four Wheel. No. That was good. It allowed me to do a good joke. I feel like that was a solid joke. And yeah, Hunar, I just saw your comment. Yeah, the concept of a plan, obviously. Yeah. That was the reference. You got it. But yeah, what's up, Argoose? How you doing? Yeah, I don't know. I was doing like some Reddit doom scrolling earlier, and it showed a picture of like Tom Cruise shirtless in Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. And people are like, oh, meh, I don't know. What's the big deal? Dude's almost 50 in that photo. Dude's almost fucking 50 in that photo. So, give him a break. But also then like the conversation devolved into so much of the internet and people in general, like in general society, have somehow thought that like Marvel and their like roid rage freaks, right? Like Thor and all that shit are like the peak male physical condition. When realistically, now like Brad Pitt Fight Club is the peak male physical condition. But some of that's just genetic, right? Like the width of the shoulders to like the V and the thin waist or whatever, right? Like you can't fight genetics. If you don't got that, you don't got that. No amount of working out will give you that. No, and I understand that, David. Like, again, I'm not saying like you should feel bad or whatever, but it's definitely like that like V shape is definitely something people have attributed with like peak physical form for a long time, and probably will for a long time. All right, the wide shoulders, thin waist thing. You know, you don't have the genetics for it, you'll never have it. So don't worry about trying to chase it. Hunar, I mean, Dwayne Johnson also has steroids. That dude's on some gear for sure. Like, 1,000%. There's no way in hell that dude's not on some gear. He also works out like 8 hours a day. He wakes up, he exercises for a couple hours. Midday or later, he exercises for a couple hours. Maybe 4 hours a day, but still, 4 hours a day of exercise. Ain't nobody got time for that. Damn right. I exercise my right to sit around. Damn right. I'm in shape. That shape is round. I'm just getting rounder, right? Means I'm more aerodynamic, right? All those skinny people with abs aren't aerodynamic. Their drag coefficient is shitty. Yeah, damn right. I'm a freight train full of muscle and fat, but aerodynamic. Yeah. I got washboard abs. It's just laundry day. And it's been laundry day for a while now. Yeah, damn right. One of these days I'll catch up on laundry, but today is not the day. Today is not the day. I did just do sock laundry. I'm really proud of that. I've been running out of socks, so I've been using snowboard socks for not snowboarding. Oh, it's fine, Hunar. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, Hunar. But okay, so let's go look at this form. We need to add this bit. And I think we got it, but... And this is going to drive me insane. This might be the reason I move away from like dialogues or modals, because these things are not fucking reloading properly. And that is driving me insane. I know, short drive, right? For anyone unaware, that is a joke that my parents used to say all the time to each other. You're driving me insane! It's a short drive. Oh, no, that part didn't work. Never mind. Yeah, exactly. For sure. Yeah. Hell yeah, four wheel. I feel like that's probably some joke that was made ages ago. And we just got some old fucking parents, don't we? Like, dude. Oh, your parents would use that one on you instead of each other? Ooh. They just weaponized it instead of arguing with each other. Oof. I missed some follows though. Dope Alchemy, thank you for that follow 2 hours ago, probably from the Maya raid. Nerd Crix, thank you for the follow an hour ago. And Apocalyptic Doom. Yeah, no, sounds about right. But thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate you. Apocalyptic Doom, cousin of Existential Dread. I know, right? Yeah, you could totally pick them up from like a nearby dispensary. No problem. But yeah, Hunar, can't believe it's Shad CN. Yeah, I can't believe it's not butter. God, yeah. Dude, some kind of caching is going on where, like, this component being passed the dialogue is not being dynamically reloaded, like, whatsoever. I fucking hate it. Fucking hate it. Right? We gotta stop and restart the server every time we change this dialogue. This aggression will not stand, man. Ooh, that didn't even work. Did I forget to save? What the fuck? Alright, well, hold on. This part might be a me problem. Hold on. Air brakes. Who here knows the movie I'm referencing when I say air brakes? I'd be really curious about that. Yeah, Code Spent. You only know that because you remember me saying it in the past, don't you? So, I applaud your memory. Yeah, you only know from me making that same reference, for sure. Ooh, okay. You know what I actually hate even more? The fact that the select field doesn't give us any kind of ID value. Hmm. Sahunar says they feel like binge watching Avatar: The Last Airbender today. The movie, right? Totally. Best movie ever made, right? Only second to the Dragon Ball movie. Nailed it. I bet I made Hunar throw up in their mouth a little bit. Nailed it. You're welcome. Wait, did Avatar The Last Airbender, the film, use papyrus as well? I know Avatar, the film, did. Codespin, are you pretending that Avatar, like the film, didn't even get made? Like Avatar The Last Airbender, so now you're referring to like James Cameron's Avatar? If so, I applaud you keeping to the bit. No, it's like Codespin. It's very similar. Right? It's very similar to man, The Matrix was so good, it's a shame they never made any sequels. Man, Ghostbusters was so good. Why didn't they make a sequel? What's up, Jianhua? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Ran a 10K race with your coworkers yesterday? Gnarly. Was that like a race where you ran the whole thing, or was it like like you handed off kind of thing, right? Like you did 2K, someone else did 2K, someone else did 2K kind of thing? Sahunar, you loved the first two John Wick movies and then Money Spoke? No, I get that. I've only ever seen the first one. I've never seen the sequel. I've heard in the same universe, Hotel Artemis is pretty good. I'd like to watch that at some point. 11-minute miles. Good job, Yanhua. Nice, dude. When I was in high school, we had to run the mile like once a month or some shit. Technically, you didn't have to run it. You just had to improve on your time. So I walked it with the plan to improve on my time every single time. I didn't even manage that because I just stopped giving a shit. This was ninth grade Chris. Ninth grade Chris failed a PE class, for sure. It's the only class I've ever failed. But somewhat pudgy Chris with corn braids. Technically, CMG corn. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that kid. That kid absolutely failed a PE class. Yep. Yeah, 100%. Vector Hacker, yeah, how you doing? No, like, seriously, that kid is me. Hold on, wait, facing the wrong way. Right? Nailed it. That kid was me. My mom used to call that a shit-eating grin. She still calls it that. But I just haven't heard it for a while. Hunar is asking, what year is that? That year would be probably 1990. That photo specifically, either 1997 or 98. I forget specifically which. And yeah, damn right, Frackery. Neo Brutalist. We're using a framework because I'm not this creative. That hairline? I mean, I do have a fairly significant forehead in that photo. Yeah, you're not wrong. It might even be a 5 head. Now I'm working on my 6 or 7 head. Damn right. Yeah, no worries, Vector, for sure. So Vector Hacker, you were in here talking about Elixir, ooh, right? And then Elm, no, I'm not using Elm. Sorry. I actually enjoy doing front-end work, and I want to continue to enjoy it. So yeah, Elm is not something I will use. Keep in mind, though, Elm actually paved the way for React. React 100% uses Elm's like architecture in general. Redux is 100% inspired by Elm, but technically React's like Flux architecture of top-down data flow and rendering a single time is also inspired by Elm. So if you use React, you're basically using Elm. Like, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Right? You're using Elm with a more forgiving syntax, with a better community, with more libraries. But React is absolutely the spiritual successor to Elm in general, in my opinion. But I'm pretty sure you could talk to like the original creators of React, and they definitely used Elm as inspiration. So here's the thing, Vector Hacker. I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. I think you can absolutely build MVC and MVVM applications using Flux still. And Angular 2 is an example of that. Angular 2 is a top-down single render data flow. Like 100%, it totally is. Angular 2's major change from Angular 1 is simply like no longer having the digest cycle of doing those like cyclic like loops of, you know, the graph. Instead, it's just one render is top down and that render is done. Deal with it. Fuck it. You need to change something? It's in the next render. Deal with it. So I do want to point out, like, you don't have to be a React stan, right? Angular has adopted the top-down data flow as well. Two-way binding and loops. Yeah, so even then, I think two-way binding can still be done in a way that is still Flux, right? But you can actually like preempt where you do your rendering based upon where the data changed, and React does the same damn thing. So Angular and their two-way data binding, that two-way data binding is simply like triggering a top-down data re-rendering at the point at which that data changed. So two-way data binding can still be a Flux-style architecture. You can just use like the cached value of the things above it. But yes, the digest loop is not what we're talking about. The digest loop was a fundamental architectural like bad idea. And Angular needed React to exist to understand it, to actually do it right. And when you think about it, the way Elm does top-down data flow, like that's the only way you can do it in a functional language anyway, right? In a functional framework or whatever. So no matter what, the world we're living in is the world that Evan Czaplicki envisioned for the front end. Whether we're using Elm or not, we're still kind of using Elm. We're still heavily inspired by Elm. And I think that's really cool. His FRP white paper was amazing. So Elm white paper. It's like concurrent functional, concurrent FRP for functional GUIs. This is the number one thing that you should probably read if you want to understand the world that we live in for front-end dev these days. Svelte, Solid, React, Angular, every major framework is basically built upon this paradigm, this fucking white paper. Which is really cool, in my opinion. No. Live view and shit. Like live view and Livewire and Hotwire and all that shit, I have no idea. I don't agree and understand those things whatsoever, and I will never use them because I don't want my backend doing front-end rendering. I don't give a shit. My backend is a REST API that can horizontally scale. The database is something that needs to scale in a separate way, but the API consuming that database should be as like horizontally scalable as possible. And Live View and Livewire and Hotwire break that fucking assumption. So I will never use those things. Never. Never? Never. There are very few things I am so dogmatic about, but my front end shouldn't give a shit how it's being, my back end shouldn't give a shit how its data is being rendered. In general. I will sometimes break those rules a little bit by building a back end for front end endpoint, but that's about it. And even then, you're better off having a canonical REST API and then your back end for front end as a middle layer between your front end and the back end. I typically don't build applications that need a BFF, though. Like, consider the way Netflix works. Netflix has a core canonical REST API. And there may be some RPC endpoints mixed in there. But they're like, if you want to get that canonical REST API team to add an endpoint for your bullshit like front-end micro application, it's not going to happen. No, it's definitely just not going to happen. You need to build out a back-end for front-end for the front-end you're building, and then if there's something lacking, then you can convince the back-end team to build something that would solve problems for everyone, not just your one specific app. They're not going to give you some JSON structure that glues everything together for you. Nope. Not going to happen. You personally thought that GraphQL solved that problem? The answer is no, because of the drawbacks from GraphQL, right? Right? Query whitelisting. Every single request being a post, which means you lose the ability to cache, right? Like, you lose the ability to do browser-side caching based upon, like, GET requests, etc., and, like, time to live. Yeah, I believe GraphQL solves a few problems, but people shoehorned it into the situations that it doesn't actually solve. Now, the nice part is your front end can have one request it does, or maybe two, that glue stuff together, and you only get the data you care about over the wire, meaning if you're not using that entire response from a REST API, you're only getting the props you care about. That's valuable, and that's good. The biggest like use case and example I can think of is Twitch, actually. I went to an Ember meetup, of all things, because Twitch used to be an Ember app. I don't know if you know this. Twitch used to be a full-on Ember application. The homepage, when Twitch was built with Ember, did something like 70 HTTP requests. And if you don't know, your browser only does X amount of HTTP requests to a single domain at a time, which means you end up dealing with this like waterfall of requests. In general, you can just assume that that number is 6, but some go up to 10, some go lower than 6. As just a general example, 6 requests at a time per domain. That's just a browser-imposed limit. Until we get HTTP 2, or technically HTTP 3 at this point, everywhere. The problem ends up being that, yeah, if you have 70 requests, you're going to deal with this like massive waterfall of data arriving in the browser as it gets there. When instead, with GraphQL, they turned 70-ish requests into 2. And they only fetched the data they needed. When you're on a mobile device, that is such a huge fucking win. Like, that's crazy. So it makes sense why they rewrote to GraphQL. They ended up rewriting to React at the same time, not necessarily because you couldn't use GraphQL with Ember, but it's easier to hire to hire React devs, at least at the point where they were rewriting back in, 2016, 2017, something like that? Maybe even 2018? At that point, Ember had lost. And I don't think it's actually a fight or a battle. You can do the same shit with Ember that you can do with React or whatever. You may pay a little bit of a cost performance-wise because of the Ember object, and I still don't know if they've optimized around that yet. But they've proven that their rendering engine, without the Ember object, using Glimmer, can be as fast or faster than React. But they are bogged down by the weight of the Ember object, which is a problem. So, right? Like, I'm not gonna blow smoke up your ass and say Ember is totally just as good as React, because it isn't, because they still have a bunch of like backwards compatibility cruft that they can't throw away. So yeah, REST is super microservice friendly. Absolutely, 100%. Yep, yeah, GraphQL forces everything to go through like one point. You can't glue that shit together. So that one point then fucking like n+1 queries everything. Right? Like GraphQL is an n+1 query nightmare. And if you're unaware of n+1 queries, it's basically like, well, I got this thing, now I need to fetch the things related to it. So I got those, but also those things related to it, I need to fetch some other shit related to those. And like, you know, you get this like +1 like nonsense instead of being able to get it all at once. GraphQL makes that problem way fucking worse than a back-end for front-end approach that just hits REST APIs. So yeah, I'm not the expert for any of this. My entire career has been on the front end. I've done full stack and back end stuff, but I've never implemented GraphQL at scale. But I've chatted with enough people about it, and I understand the technology enough that, yeah, like I know the bottlenecks, and I totally get it. And it's not a tool I would reach for at any point. I've never built a side project with GraphQL because GraphQL is a nice to have problem, in my opinion. The moment you need GraphQL, you probably need it, but only for some stuff. You shouldn't be forcing everything through that same pipeline. So you have used it, and that's why you haven't used it twice. Yeah, Code Spent. That's like from Johnny Dangerously. You shouldn't hang me on a hook, Johnny. My sister hung me on a hook once. Once. I get that space case, but using GraphQL introduces its own completely separate set of problems. For read-heavy data usage, it's great. Once you start getting into write-heavy data usage, I don't know, man. Like, so much so that I would actually prefer mutations happen through the REST APIs that you're trying to hit, and reads happen through the GraphQL. At which point, you can start establishing caching for the GraphQL. Right? Like CDN level caching. Just based on the URL or, technically the post request, but I believe you can make GraphQL work with query params. Yes, yeah, if you're just doing GET requests, even though it's technically through post for GraphQL, if you're just using GraphQL as a read layer, really fucking good. It's actually genius. It's fucking brilliant. Hunar says, I look like a particular alien from Men in Black, the movie version. Hunar, that might have been back when we were showing the CMG corn? Or are you trying to offend me? Which alien are you talking about at this point? But yeah, anyway, hold on. Oh, so you can do GET requests with GraphQL? I was not aware of that. I thought you could only do post. And at that point, is there any benefit to doing GraphQL versus OData? And I guess the big problem is you run into the limit of how much you can fit in a URL. OData has the same fucking problem, right? You can only fit so much in the URL. Oh, interesting, Vector Hacker. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so CodeSpent, you used GraphQL for a small e-commerce problem, and yeah, it created so much friction. I 100% agree. Yeah, that's the wrong use case, for sure. Let me just double check. I'm reading back on some of it. The only reason nobody called it a bad idea right off the bat was because Facebook came out with it and people mistook their success with it as something everyone should use. Yeah, I think for something like Facebook, GraphQL makes a shitload of sense. Right? Especially considering that a lot of their data fetching happens on mobile. Yeah, I think GraphQL makes a shitload of sense. Keep in mind that Netflix, at the same time-ish, came out with their own thing called Falcor, which is just a better name. God, could you imagine if Facebook had named their thing Falcor? That'd be the best timeline. And yeah, if you're not aware, the Primogen worked on Falcor. The canonical Falcor talk was Jafar Hussain and the Primogen giving that presentation. So I had actually been familiar with and, seen the Primogen like 4 or 5 years before he ever even started streaming. I'm a fan, right? But I believe personally, as a fan, that allows me to be more critical. So when I am critical of Prime, just remember that I'm saying that as probably one of his biggest fans. I'm at least one of his longest subs. As he is one of mine, which I consider pretty cool. But again, just because I'm a fan doesn't mean he is without faults. We all have faults, and to talk about them is more important than just gargling D's nuts, right? Nobody is above criticism as long as it's made in good faith. And I like to think I make those criticisms in good faith. If you're curious about what criticisms, we're not going to dig into it right now. Maybe another whiskey or two, and we might. Maybe. The cats just don't give a shit. Oh, dude, yeah, cats don't care. Where's the food, man? I do have to go use the restroom here in a sec, but I went to the it was some aquarium in Oregon. It was either at like Lincoln City or the other like Seaside. I forget the name of the city. Maybe it was Seaside. I don't know. I don't remember. But one of those like aquariums in Oregon at the coast. And they were feeding an otter, I think. It was an otter. And he's just sitting there, right? Like how otters sit, like, just chilling on his back, waiting for food on his belly. And the person feeding them was just tossing fish. They were behind him, and he wasn't looking to them for the food. He's just sitting there. As the fish was tossed, nom, 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 nom. He just starts looking up towards the world again. Like, no idea that a person is giving this to him. To me, it seemed like, yeah, no, he thinks fish fall from the sky. It's feeding time. Like, that's just what happens. Nom, 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 nom. Like, it was so good. Yeah, for sure. Like, man. I forgot where I was going with that anecdote, but I relate to that otter massively. Where's the fish, man? Oh. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, exactly. That otter. It's just food time for him, man. But yeah, hold on. Let me go use the restroom. I will be right back. We'll pour another beverage here in a sec, but BRB, give me a sec. Oh man, I am so glad I opened up the windows. We are now at 21.1 degrees Celsius, and this is a reasonable temperature. Oh, hell! Nailed it. Fucking nailed it. That is the perfect temperature, actually. So yeah, how is everyone's Monday? Right? Anyone here playing Path of Exile 2 and getting burnt out on it? They made the fucking campaign way too hard, man. Way too fucking hard, man. You're feeling burned out on studying leak code for upcoming interviews. Oh, I get that. Yeah. I mean, Sergeant Pepper, do you play? Dude, I'd start a whole new character if you want to play. Oh, and Night Cinder. Yeah, like, I'd start a whole new character to play with Worm, too. They made the game way fucking sweatier. Like, they're gonna have to issue, like, a hot patch here soon because, dude, they made the fucking experience miserable. Oh, you're still on vacation. Dude, you're watching me while on vacation? I'm honored. Okay, I was gonna say, Jesus. Oh, leaving on Thursday. I read it as leaving where you're vacationing on Thursday. All right, okay. I get it. That makes way more sense. Way more sense. Oh my god. I was gonna be honored and a little bit offended. Like, offended on behalf of your family. Like, dude, what the fuck are you doing here? You're on vacation, dude. All right, no, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't. I guess I kind of get it. All right, so back to what we're doing. I know we're taking our sweet ass time, and that's kind of the best part, right? Yeah. Time has zero value if it's not enjoyed. And damn it, time enjoyed's name is actually so fucking relevant. Good job, time enjoyed. Hold on. I might have missed some comments. Yeah, worm played a little. Yep. Boop, boop. Cloudy with the chance of fish. Yeah. Looks like I'm caught up. All right, just making sure. So, as far as the drop downs go, I feel like I want to make the drop downs and their content default to a white background instead of the yellow. I mean, it's just CSS. We can just do things, you know? Hold up. Alan, this one's for you. I want to hear that song. You know the song. This is the remastered version. I don't know if this one's actually good. I might, like, re-opt for the other. Damn, it's the same beanie from that clip, too. This is the Nailed It beanie. This is that Italian guy, yeah. Adriano Celentano. He wanted to write a song that sounded fundamentally American, but he didn't actually speak English. Ooh. Right, we just put the head on the hips gif. I mean, you can do it if you want. As an example, I made that gif. Again, like I'm saying, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. But also, I reserve the right to criticize because I'm a fan. I made that GIF. That was my first motion like graphics work in like 10 years since I did like snowboard editing, like shit. Right? Because I'm a fan, I reserve the right to criticize. So when if it seems like I'm being overly critical at any point in general, it's because I'm a fan. Right? You don't have to agree 100% with people you're a fan of. And in fact, it's a better experience if you reserve criticality. God, this song's just so good, though. All right, hold on. So here's something. Yeah, we're gonna like move into like random music here on stream. YouTube, I guess you don't get to hear any of it, but it's fine. It's good shit though. But YouTubers get to listen to their own music while they watch the stream, which I think is worthwhile. I cover this song. I don't do the slappy part. Like, I don't do that part. I think it fits the song when they play it. It doesn't fit the song when I play it. And No Tie, thank you for the compliment. Yeah, UI looking nice. It's we got some work to do. It's fine. But I want to go up and actually edit our select. God, the only thing I don't like about this rendition is Sean Lennon's overuse of the tremolo. Lair never would have done that. I don't even think Lair owns a fucking tremolo. If he wants to introduce a fucking vibrato, he just does the vibrato, you know? I consider a tremolo a coward's way out. You want to do what a tremolo does? Beef up your chops, man. Down tune that guitar. And fucking use your actual, like, you know, like fret vibrato. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the tremolo. Anyone here actually like tremolos? You know, can you think of a band that uses the tremolo heavily that you actually like? I'm curious about that. And if you're not aware of what the tremolo is, it's a thing built into like the bridge of your guitar where you screw it in and you like wiggle it. The only thing a tremolo does that vibrato can't do is, right, like the tremolo actually like down tunes your guitar, whereas a vibrato only up tunes. So tremolo effect, not the tremolo bar. Ooh, Chevelle. Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, Code Spent. Chevelle has some great shit. Jeff Beck is a major user of the tremolo. All right. Yeah. I'll give deference to Jeff Beck. Yeah. Touche. Did Hendrix use the tremolo bar a lot? Really? Okay. All right. So there are good use cases for it. I guess I'm just a hater. It just seems really lazy to me. Like, people use the tremolo rather than like working on their proper like vibrato, you know? No, I get it. You use a pedal more. Like, you could use a pedal to do like a digital tremolo. That's actually not a bad approach. I could be into that. Ooh, to lay on the dive bomb sound. I get it. All right. No. That's a great take there, DevJ. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. You're altering my perception of the tremolo. I was about to say, like, the only person I've seen use a tremolo well is fucking Steve Morello. Or Tom Morello, not Steve. Steve Morello's his cousin. Way worse guitarist. Like, no, Tom Morello. Sorry. Fucking brain fart. Sorry. Yeah, Tom Morello does the tremolo, like, really well. I'll agree to that. But also, he only does it when it's necessary. So yeah, like, I don't know. Steve Morello did Pacific Rim. Tom Morello did Rage Against the Machine. Totally different artists. I don't know what you're actually saying there. I was just bullshitting it. Like, dude, fucking Steve Morello, who the fuck is that? Oh, interesting code spent. Do you have any, like, recorded stuff? We do have, I think we have a channel over in the Discord if you want to share. MLG Philly, we're vaguely familiar with AI, but this is not like an AI stan channel. AI has value, absolutely. But I'm not a big fan of, like, AI for AI's sake. I do think there's value. I'm using Super Maven. I'm using other stuff too, like, for sure. I'll ask Claude every once in a while when I think my Google skills aren't there, right? For a certain topic or something, sure. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I'll use AI for, like, photo bullshit if I need to. I don't need photo bullshit most of the time. That said, like, to be anti-AI is to, like, talk yourself out of a job, basically, right? Like, you can't be fully anti-AI and be employable at this point, in my opinion. But to overuse it is the same fucking thing. Right? There's like a happy medium. So people who are over, like, massively pro AI are also, like, unemployable, but the massively, like, anti AI people also unemployable at this point. The key is finding a way to be more productive with it, in my opinion. Like, dude, the Anthropic AI fucking CEO, that asshole would have us believe that we're not going to have jobs in 6 months. Fuck that dude. That dude's totally wrong. He's just trying to sell shit because he's trying to get another round of funding, right? Yeah, don't believe anything a CEO says, in general. They're salespeople at the core of their role. You can't listen to a salesperson. They're trying to sell you on their snake oil because their snake oil is totally better than someone else's snake oil. Now, don't listen to CEOs when it comes to actual technical stuff. Now, the CEO at my current company would probably say, like, how dare I say so? But you know what? I'm saying it to every CEO, so it's at least even. Like, come on. Just don't believe CEOs. They have a vested interest in convincing you of some bullshit. In general, like 100%. It's not snake oil, it's reptile balm. Totally different. You rub it on your knee and you'll feel good in the morning, right? I'm a developer advocate. My job is massively secure because y'all watching right now. You can't buy this, you can't synthesize this. I'm sitting here talking to 80 devs right now. Right? Ask Amazon. You can't buy this. Amazon operates like an AWS live stream, and it fucking sucks. Like, dude, it's really bad. You can't buy 80 actual devs watching your stream and chatting, you know? You can't buy it. It's impossible. You watch it sometimes, and it fucking sucks, right? It's just a fucking product pitch. You could just watch a YouTube video and be satisfied, you know? You don't need to watch their live stream. You can just watch the YouTube video that comes out of it. I get it. You try to be nice. I'm trying to be nice, but the nicest way I can phrase their live stream is it fucking sucks. Because it's not a live stream. There's no interaction. There is zero audience interaction. It doesn't need to be a live stream. That is the nicest way I can phrase it, if I'm being honest. There is some. I guess the entire times I've lurked their channel, there has been zero audience interaction. Like, absolutely none. It's just fucking the audience chatting with themselves, not the channel. Oh, there you go, Steel Toad. Yeah, right. You're performatively watching the stream. You're not actually watching it, but someone might come by and be like, "Wow, that dude's watching the AWS live stream. He's a go-getter," which is already bullshit. Like, come on, like you're bullshitting the bullshit at that point, you know. But yeah, Nicholas, how you doing over on YouTube? Cheers, Mr. Sir. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like every single AWS live stream on Twitch could have just been a YouTube video, and you consume it whenever you want. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of the platform, which is forgiven. Yeah, 100%. Credit out. Like, yeah, you don't have to agree 100% as well. Like, even partial agreement means I'm partially right, even though I'm phrasing it wrong. Sure. I'll take it. Oh, God, Alan. I don't remember that at all, and I had a GeoCities page for sure. Hold on. We're going to do this one. Yeah, Glass Beams on PBS Drive Live. This band's amazing. Y'all are in for a treat. This shit's good. I see a band titled Pigs, 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 Pigs. All right, that'll be the next thing we listen to. Not album, but like a KEXP live show. Anyway, let's keep hacking at this. I want to style some of this stuff better. Now, this button, should this also be styled white? Yeah, yeah. If their band name is Pigs, 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 and they don't play War Pigs as part of their set, I've lost faith. Hold on, let me crank this band. They're a little quiet. I just randomly clicked the volume slider and we landed at 42 for the Chrome value. And don't worry, it gets better. If you're curious about this band, there you go. You're welcome. What is with Australia coming up with some of the chillest music you've ever heard? Right? Is it because it's such like a not a chill place because of the spiders and snakes and kangaroos? Oh my! And oh my god, like spiders. I need to mention the spiders twice. It's got to be the temperature, right? But yeah, dude, like glass beams, fucking Tame Impala, the parcels. Like, dude, they seem to have some kind of like, yeah, some kind of fucking trauma response to all the deadly things they live with every fucking day. Yeah, like, dude. Yeah, I love the vibes. Like, dude, Glass Beams is super good. All right, so yeah, trying to calm themselves from the scorpions and snakes, spiders as well. Yeah, like all that shit. It's just poison all around or venom all around, depending on the correctness of that statement. But yeah, Krasner, how you doing, Mr. Sir? Thank you for chilling. We're hanging out. What do you think design-wise? If we do create notification here, we see that our drop-down has the white background. Do you think we should get the white background for this drop-down and what we got here? I feel like that might be at least more consistent. I just don't know if it's like the right way to go design-wise. To me, it should stand out. Like this deserves or needs the white background to pop better, right? I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Speak now or forever hold your peace if you don't want the white background on those. I think they need to pop. I just think they really, really do. All right, so this is actually not even just Like, what the fuck, dude? This isn't even just a problem with the modal. We need to restart every single time we change styling stuff like that? Yeah, our hot reloading is broken. Dude, what the fuck? This is a Tailwind CSS4 problem, right? All right, well, that one worked. What the fuck here, man? Shit, hold on. Like, what's the point of hot reload if I gotta, like, undo it as we do this bullshit? Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me? And yeah, you know, how's everyone's Monday going? I'm gonna need to get more lemonade mix here soon. I need to get more Q-tips from Costco, so yeah, more lemonade mixes in my future as well. But yeah, I think we should be good on the general representation of select components in the app. That said, I don't want to default select to BG white, because I do think there will be cases where we don't want to do that. Heading into a chill Monday after making a scraper. Okay. Dude, I actually hate the fact that I have to keep restarting this shit just to get these effects to happen. Right? Like, those links don't work right now, but yeah, just in general. Kind of annoying. But okay, we're getting there with the select drop down for phone stuff. Okay, so as we map this, shit, wrong button. Okay, so code is wrong. It's dot dial code is what I was looking for. Ooh, bold might be a good idea. Right? We default to United States. Sure. No, I like the idea. Yeah, dial code in bold. Yeah, I like it. Ooh, yeah. No, I really like that. Yeah, good call. Well done. All right. So that's a problem, right? Like a phone number, we're going to require numbers and dashes. And we can just scrub away the dashes. So we got to make that field actually have. See, I thought tell. I thought type tell would solve that. Yeah, type tell should be good. Hmm. Damn, yeah, dude. I'd love to see these guys in concert. This would be a good show. So input type tell will show the custom keyboard. Sure. So I don't want to restrict based upon that pattern. Hmm. Enish. Sorry, I just saw that. I'm using React hook form. I believe we're not opting out of it at the moment, but we're opting out of the submission pattern. Like we use it on other pages for this form though, because it's dynamic. We can't use its default, right? Like email here is just an email field. Like no problem, right? But when we go to SMS, we get these fields. What that basically means is we have an individual form per notification type. And yeah, like this button shouldn't be activated if this is empty because nah, like fuck that. So like we're combining a bunch of forms. The common form is the name and the type. But then beyond that, we have the custom forms, and we need to glue that together in a way that we validate. And we have this button either active or not, depending on that state. So this is where what we're doing is more complicated than the average form, right? I get it, Enish, but honestly, as web developers, we are glorified form creators. Cyto Entis. No, that's the thing. Like, dude, I am not a designer. I'm gonna give you the link to the current like element we're looking at, right, for select. But yeah, just check out the entire thing. Like, nah, man, neobrutalism.dev is saving us from having to do any major design work, and then we can just concentrate on like the UX of things, which is really nice. And that's what like form libraries or like UI libraries should do anyway. Solve the other problems so you can concentrate on solving real problems, you know? And to that effect, I would say, yeah, we've done some BSy, like, you know, what background colors should we use for certain things? Like, you know, the default select component opts for something other than, like, it opts for, like, the main background color here, right? Like that. Instead, I think because I am typically putting the select dropdown against the main background color, I think we gain value from simply making them look like another input field. So there's a little bit of customization going on. But that's up to you as a consumer of it, right? Don't expect a UI library to make every decision for you. That's your job as the app dev, right? Or involving your designer. I don't have a designer for this project, so I am the designer. Which isn't good. But you know what? This library frees me up to make decisions that I think have value. So yeah, Cyto, I hope you enjoy that library. Happy to share it. It's actually like a viral post I've made within, viral is, you know, fuzzy. I've never had a post go above 100,000 views. But I did have one post go 26,000 just recently. So yeah, you know, is what it is. I haven't had a post go that big for a long fucking time. It's easily been a year. Maybe longer. I wish it could go that big on Blue Sky, but their lack of an algorithm actually fucks that up. But I will happily keep cross-posting stuff as it makes sense. I believe in Blue Sky. I want Blue Sky to succeed as a content creator, and I put that in heavy quotes. I gotta post everywhere I can. I would love to just only post to Blue Sky at this point. That'd just be better. But we're not there yet, you know? So yeah, what we need to do is establish something for the phone number input field. I do like where we're at though. Right? We can like fiddle with the input field for phone number, or we can just let people type whatever the hell they want. At which point I'm on the hook for establishing probably another modal that like at least prompts them to verify it. I'm a little on the fence for the prompting. Because if that prompting happens within a modal, our update logic fucking sucks. Now, I bet if I created some fetching logic within the form, maybe something could come of it. Like, but man, I don't know. I'm not happy about some of the bullshit we have to do. Because modals kind of opt out of the hot reload semantics. But at the same time, I think we're actually running into a separate issue. Like, why is this not triggering some other changes, and it should have worked for this, right? For that component, etc. But again, I believe it comes down to like a separate thing. If we go to dashboard layout here, and I simply just say SkyFunnel 2 or 12, or who cares, right? Wait, really? So hot reloading in general is fundamentally broken on this project. What the fuck, dude? What did I do to mess that up? Right? Now it updates. How is our fucking hot reloading so goddamn broken now? Anyone ever run into this? Like, holy shit, dude. What is wrong? Like, why is this not live updating as we would really typically expect it to? What the fuck's the deal, man? Last time I ran into this bug, a reboot was the only thing that solved it. But I feel like that's just hacking at the problem. There's got to be some way to understand, like, what the fuck's going wrong with our reactivity here from, like, Veets live reload. So yeah, I hear what you're saying. I can do a hard refresh and it still doesn't update though. This is me doing Apple Shift R. No, I get that, Morton, but you're just wrong because it's not working, right? It's not just the same problem. This is, dude, a refresh isn't even solving this problem. Like, what the fuck? I feel like it's some, like, file system listener that's failing at this point. Not even, like, the reload part, like, of the problem. Do I just have to reboot? Like, hot module reload is nice, but any kind of reload is better than none, and I'm not getting any of that. And normally I feel like we'd see that, oh, hey, thing changed, we're re-rendering, and we're not seeing that either. Relocating a file? I mean, I haven't tried that part. I'm actually a little scared to try that part. Right? We see SkyFunnel 12 right there. Okay, so we can solve it with polling. All right, so now I got to double check this, right? We see in this form, notification type. Oh, shit. All right, so, yeah. Yeah, the entire, like, reboot everything, like, what the fuck is going wrong, was actually related to V losing the plot. Anyone here ever dealt with that, where, like, Veet just refuses to listen to file system changes? My guess is I just need to reboot. But what the fuck, man? Dude, that's just bad. That's just fucking bad. Hello, IT, right? Tech support. Tech support. Yes, that's a Vanilla Sky reference. If you don't get it, that's fine. Watch that movie. It might make you actually shed some tears because that movie, man, it'll make you feel things. Dude, Vanilla Sky will make you feel things. Like Opera en Los Ojos. Open your eyes, man. I had a girlfriend, graduating high school. Vanilla Sky helped me realize that it wasn't a relationship worth keeping. Like, I never would have felt strongly enough about them like dude felt in the movie. Like, I never would have felt that strongly about the partner I had at the time. Wasn't gonna happen. Like, nah. Like, it helped me realize, like, I was just settling. Right? Better than being alone, maybe. But I don't know, man. I don't think it actually was. And you're just, like, wasting someone else's time by trying to not be alone. So yeah, like I really do have like a soft place in my heart for the movie Vanilla Sky. Like, yeah. But anyway, hold on. You watched the movie Cuban Fury. It's a really nice film, right? My favorite part of the film is when the one dude is asking about like, oh, what kind of sole do you have on your shoe? Oh, oh, are those leather sole? Oh, very nice. Right? And dude's like ignoring him, and then they get up and he's like, oh, I know what kind of soul you have. Asshole. You are an asshole. Like, dude, yeah. Like, Kevin Novak nails it for that fucking role. Oh, I know what kind of soul you have. Asshole. Like, dude, that part's so good. So yeah, Doruk, I'm glad you enjoyed the film, but like that's the best part of the movie, right? Like not even the flat Fanta part, which is also good, but the fucking sole of his shoes part. Oh, I know what kind of soul you have. A soul. Like, yeah, dude, it's so good. And keep in mind that Karen Novak, that dude is fucking in What We Do in the Shadows, like the TV show. He fucking nails it in that role. But yeah, that bit in Cuban Fury is just so fucking good. Are those leather soles? Oh. Okay, I know what kind of soul you have. A soul. I'm like, dude, it's just so good. Yeah. Like, oh man. I'll never get beyond that. I love that fucking quote. It's super good. All right, so Doruk, you watched that. Jianhua, you've been assisting your company IT team and got 55 users set up on your new partner portal. You're trying to make sure everyone's using one password. Your manager told you it was not your problem to make sure they were using it and to just get them into the new system. Ooh. Yeah, Janhua, like, you'll never be appreciated. You'll never be appreciated. as a support engineer. I'm sorry, man. And if you're not going to be able to move on into the right role for that, you got to start looking elsewhere. But yeah, we talked about it here on stream the other day. When you're good at what you do that isn't engineering, they don't want to make you an engineer because then they're going to have to look for someone else that fills the role that's good at what they do. And dude, so many people that work support and test and QA fucking suck at what they do. So when you're good at what you do, they don't want to move you on. So yeah, Jianhua, like I'll point out, in general, no company wants to actually promote you to dev. Because it means they got to go through the hiring process to find other shit support and shit QA engineers and shit test engineers. Being good at what you're doing in your current role is actually a fucking foot gun. But it sucks because if you're bad at what you do, they'll definitely not promote you. So yeah, it's like really a catch-22. It sucks, man. I do not envy you. But I do push back on people saying, well, I'll just go into support or QA or test just to get my foot in the door. No. Your foot in the door is actually pigeonholing you into that role. And I get it. You got bills to pay, so fuck it. Like, sometimes you just got to take the role. But yeah, QA, support, etc., you are getting pigeonholed. And you should be interviewing elsewhere and ask, what is the path out of this? How do I become a dev? And if they don't have an answer for you in the interview process, you ignore that company. But you should be interviewing elsewhere right fucking now. Right? Interview at other companies before you don't have a job. Because interviewing with a job is so much easier than interviewing without a job. And part of your interview process for the companies that you don't work at yet is, what is the path out of this? If they don't have a good answer for you, that's not a company you want to work for. Like, Jianhua, I need to reiterate and keep saying this. Support, QA, and test are not a foot into the industry. Golden beams? You mean glass beams, Jianhua? Sorry, Daruk? Do you mean glass beams? Because we just listened to glass beams. You just missed it. Yeah, you just missed it. We had glass beams going already, for sure. This was auto-completed, migrated to the next thing from glass beams. So this is Yin Yin. Yeah, it's an eye through the window, not a foot in the door. Exactly, Colton, over on YouTube. 100%. No, I get it, Jianhua. Again, you're not going to get those roles. Like, just start applying elsewhere, man. Get like an L2, L3 job somewhere else. I know that you think you have an in, but if you haven't gotten that in yet, you're not going to get it, dude. And instead, put in the work. Do something, like, just apply elsewhere. It's easier to get a job somewhere else when you have a job versus when you don't. If you're not interviewing, like actively interviewing elsewhere for a dev job, just to even get your fucking junior, role, you might take a cut in pay. But the ceiling is way bigger, way higher. I don't know, Jianhua. I feel like maybe you know this already, but maybe someone else needs this push. If you are in test, QA, or support, no company wants to promote you even if you're good at your job. No company wants to move you out of that department, right? If you're good at your job, they want to keep you there because they found a fucking gold mine. And if you're not good at your job, why would they move you to another department? It's not going to happen. Instead, interviewing for another job is way easier when you already have a job. When you're unemployed, there's a reason for it, right? Just like when you have a girlfriend, that's when other opportunities present themselves. When you're single, no one gives you the time of day. It's the same fucking thing. It is literally the same fucking thing. Literally. Like, I don't use the word literally lightly. I don't mean it like non-literally. I mean literally it's the same thing. Literally, it's the same thing. When you have a job, it's easier to get a new job. When you have a girlfriend, it's easier to get a new girlfriend. Now, are those necessarily the best girlfriends to have or the best jobs to have? No. But if you're trying to switch careers or switch the type of girlfriend, that's your best chance. When you're single, definitely not. Nope. Sorry. When you're single, people assume you're single for a reason. When you're unemployed, people assume you're unemployed for a reason. Like, the overlap of those two things is insane. It's crazy. Like, why would those two things, like, match? Like, the Venn diagram of those two things is a fucking circle, as far as people think about one versus the other. From this exact perspective, at least. I assume John Juan knows it. But there are other people that needed to hear it. Go for it, Daruk. I don't claim to know all the answers for React Native, but I could, like, depending on your question, I could refer you to other people. Yeah, like, we're close to, like, wrapping up for the night, or I go pour more water. You know what? I want to go pour more water. It's only 7 p.m. Fuck it. So, yeah, I'll be right back. Never mind. Whatever. No. Like, yeah, I got more I want to do, man. I just don't have the water to do it. So we'll go pour some more water. Fuck it. What you're asking is to how to properly handle nested scroll views and flat lists properly. Ooh, I would say in general, try to avoid that. Like, that same problem exists on the web. How do you handle nested, like, scrolling containers on the web? No matter what, it fucking sucks. So instead, try and avoid that and make everything obey the same scroll container. Now, on the web, that still sucks. You think it's easy for you? I would point out, like, major cases where the user experience fucking sucks. Daruk. Like, I would... I mean, I'm pressing X to doubt. You say it's easy, but I'd be willing to point out a bunch of your easy implementations that fucking suck to use as a user. I could be wrong, and maybe you're just the prodigy of nested scroll containers, but it sucks on the web just as much as it sucks on mobile. In general, you should actually avoid it. Unless you're like popping out to a separate thing, right? Like, here, this menu, yeah, if we go and zoom way the fuck in, like maybe that menu should be scrollable better. It isn't. And yeah, this is where this shit sucks, right? We can scroll this container, maybe. Oh, not even, because it's broken. I'm just going to point out, like, no, nested scroll containers on the web is also not easy. And if you think it is, I am pressing X to doubt. I get it, but honestly, Doruk, I think you misestimated the project, right? That task. If I were the senior engineer on your project and you told me you'd have it done in a day, I would press X to doubt as well. Because nested scroll containers fucking suck. In general, like every time I've ever worked with them, there are so many edge cases to making it work right. So, BRB, let me go grab some more water. But yeah, I don't have an answer. I'm just saying I feel for you. So I'm back. Did I miss anything on my bathroom break? You found one Stack Overflow post. I mean, yeah, good luck. Anytime you're doing nested scroll containers on mobile, you're basically trying to recreate the stuff that the browser kind of gives you for free. So on the web, it is easier, but it's still not easy to make it a good user experience. And in general, anything you're doing that requires nested scroll containers versus like an absolutely positioned one, I'm sure we can point out a bunch of edge cases where it falls down. And that might be a good like interview question. Like, how would you implement these nested scroll containers? And the only right answer is don't. How could we re-architect the UI to not do that? If someone gives me like a really good, but still technically wrong example that doesn't avoid it, I'd still consider them a good candidate. But I don't know, man. To me, it just sounds like a bad design at that point. The best companies you'll ever work for are the ones that involve at least like a lead dev, right? A lead front-end dev. They make them be involved with the designer as the designer's working on something, rather than just giving you the signed off on design after the designer's done. The worst orgs I've ever worked for are simply like, well, this is what management signed off on, so make it work. Those are the worst front-end dev jobs I've ever had. The best ones, the ones where they actually take into account my opinions about that shit. Like, or front-end dev opinions about that shit. I've worked on projects where there wasn't a mobile design and I had to make it work. And I simply had to, like, reach back out to the designer and get their approval for the thing that I decided that just needed to happen, and it worked. And I have built mobile responsive applications where there was no design given. Management signed off on it. I don't give a shit. Management doesn't fucking know. Right? Now, sometimes you're just told, well, too bad, just make it. And that's fine. You do it. But the moment you get told that, you start looking elsewhere. You can absolutely find a job that respects your opinion rather than telling you to just fucking do it. It's that easy. Work for a company that values your time, not the one that treats you like a fucking code monkey, you know? Because in general, right, you can talk to the designer and they can realize that it's not as easy as they thought because they're not devs. Right? Like, good designers are willing to compromise on their designs as long as, like, you are involved earlier in the process before they put in all the work to make this shit feel more polished, right? They don't need to put in all the effort of fine-tuning font sizes and line heights if what they're designing isn't going to fucking work, you know? And they would much rather know ahead of time rather than later. They don't want to spend another 30 fucking hours fine-tuning the Figma, you know? So work at a company that involves someone who gives a shit with the designer later, right? Like, earlier rather than later. Yeah, I've worked with really good designers and just shit managers. Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is massive value in collaborating directly with the designer, at least as far as being like the senior front-end person on your team goes. They don't want to involve every single fucking person because, yeah, the junior dev, well, everything's hard. So you can't necessarily listen to the junior dev. But the senior dev saying this shit's going to suck and it's not going to be, like, mobile responsive. Yeah, when you got some designer that is used to only desktop design and print design and some other shit, but barely mobile and making stuff responsive, they need your input. And that's where, like, a really good senior front-end engineer shows their value. it does kind of suck working for an org that doesn't care about mobile, which does happen. Like, why would any of our users want to use this dashboard from their mobile device? I don't know, man. I can't give you the reason, but they will. They fucking will. Right? And all you're going to deal with is the churn of nobody wanting to use your app from mobile. And eventually you might realize that that's actually a bigger proportion of your prospective clients than you could ever think, right? Like, it actually gets kind of crazy how much people care about some of that shit. If I have a choice between one product versus another, as a client, I'm going to pick the one that actually values, like, mobile input. Just in case, because fuck it, why not? It means that they're thinking about their product more so than the other company. Right? They care more about our experience. They care more about the product they're making. Like, it's just a major, like, green flag towards the decision between two separate products. And yes, within the past couple years, I have worked at a company that's like, we don't care about mobile users. We don't get any mobile users anyway. Hold on. You're not getting any mobile users because you don't care about them. Right? That's like a chicken and egg problem. You're not supporting them, so you're not going to get them. If you don't support them, you'll never get them. And the company that does will eat your lunch. No, this is a tweet. How do we feel about that? I know, there's way too much punctuation for Twitter. I get it. But how do we feel about this? Anyone got pushback? Am I phrasing it wrong? I can reword this whole thing. But I feel very strongly about this, actually. Is the "we'll eat your lunch" part even making sense? Because it makes sense in my head, but I don't know. Like, there's maybe a better way to phrase any part of this thing. What do y'all think? A proton fig, Mr. Sir. Makes sense to me. Yep, nailed it. Share now. Ship it. Yeah, so I get it, Ozzy. The chicken or egg thing. Honestly, the egg came first because it came way before the chicken, right? Eggs were like from like the fish era, right? If you really look at the taxonomy of like animals in the animal kingdom, the egg came way first. Like, absolutely. Like, there's no doubt. There's no actual like debate there. the chicken or the egg problem is actually like bullshit. Eggs always came first. The egg always came first in every single case. The first chicken was born from an egg. There's no doubt in my mind. Even like mutation wise, like the first chicken came from an egg. There's no doubt in my mind about that. It's one of those things that's just like a colloquial like culture thing that helps people understand a problem, but like no, it's actually just fundamentally wrong. The egg existed like thousands of years before the first chicken. But yeah, what up, Proton? How you doing, Mr. Sir? I mean, no. So, David, what we're getting at is you're talking about a chicken like nothing became a chicken during its lifetime. It didn't magically start growing fucking feathers, you know? It didn't magically grow a beak. It didn't happen. Like, no, that thing was born and the mutations happened at production time. The egg was first. Like, guaranteed. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. Right? The chicken didn't magically evolve from a non-chicken during its lifetime. That's not how evolution works. That's not how mutation works. I'm sorry, like, no, I just fundamentally disagree on that point. No matter what, it's still the egg first. The next iteration of whatever birthed the egg still started from the egg, even though it might not have been a chicken that birthed that egg, right? I don't think that is up for debate. Even then, right? Depends on the definition of the chicken. Again, what birthed the pre-chicken? What birthed the pre-chicken? It's not like it changed being a pre-chicken versus non a pre-chicken during its lifetime. It was born a pre-chicken. So then, to lay the egg for the chicken, it had to lay the egg. Like, honestly, the chicken versus the egg thing is actually completely 100% bullshit. The egg came first. Like, it would be really hard to convince me otherwise. You would have to have a very specific scenario that makes sense. And the pre-chicken mutating into a chicken during its lifetime? No. I'm sorry, like, it's a nice theory, but no. Again, right, like, if you're talking about, like, the specific version of the egg, no matter what, that egg had to come first for the thing that created the next version of the egg. Dude, you would have a real hard time convincing me that the egg didn't come first. Damn, this band is good too, dude. Slift. Oof. This shit's good. The chicken is always older than the egg. No, because the thing that birthed the egg that became the chicken is not a chicken. Otherwise, the egg that birthed the thing that is considered the chicken would have been that egg, right? So, David, like, I'm sorry, like, your final argument doesn't make any sense. It's no longer an egg when it births the egg? Sorry, am I using the wrong word? Is birth wrong? Maybe the word birth is wrong, and you can push back on that. No. David, again, just recognize the timeline of events. If the thing that birthed a chicken is not a chicken, then it's not a chicken. So then, the egg that it laid that became a chicken, the egg was the first thing that was actually a chicken. Now, if you want to get, like, really, like, meta about it, the egg has existed for thousands, possibly, like, hundreds of thousands of years before the chicken even existed. Before the fucking first mammal existed. Before the first bird existed. Because eggs existed way earlier. Tristan, you could suppose that, but that's not how that works. I'm sorry, like, no, that's actually just fundamentally wrong. If we look at the taxonomy of these things as they existed, no, the chicken is, like, just timeline-wise, later than the first reptile that laid the first, like, hard-shell egg. You know? In most ways that you want to actually argue this, nah, the egg was first. So that's why I don't like using the chicken or the egg scenario, because even if you're considering only chickens versus eggs, like only chickens versus chicken eggs, you don't have a chicken egg until the first chicken lays it, you know? The first chicken could be born from a mutation of some reptile egg, sure. But you don't have a chicken egg until the first chicken lays it. Like, that, like, pure cause and effect is kind of undisputable from a logic standpoint. And X Factor. So a reptile did it. I mean, that's not even, like, up for debate. Birds are descended from dinosaurs. Like, that's percent. Like, birds are descended from dinosaurs. You know that, right? Like, that's not even up for debate anymore. Yeah, if it comes to eggs in general, the egg came first. The first amniote egg, that is, a hard-shelled egg that could be laid on land rather than remaining in water like the eggs of fish or amphibians, appeared, yeah, exactly, for sure, Proton. Yes, thank you. Right? But we can make it fuzzier, and still, the egg was first. Did the chicken or the chicken egg come first? I mean, the chicken egg is an egg that birthed a chicken, right? So at that point, like, it doesn't matter what, like, gave us the world of the chicken that birthed it, or the egg that birthed the chicken, because technically it's still a chicken egg if it birthed a chicken, right? So then, like, maybe you're getting down to semantics. But even then, I would say the semantics are still kind of bullshit. Because it doesn't need to be a chicken egg. Like, that is where we get into, like, the difference, right? Was the first chicken birthed from a chicken egg or a reptile egg? That could be where the semantics of it come into question. I could get that one. It's about birth. Well, again, so David Kramer, I would say maybe not, because some people would say, well, it's not the first chicken egg until it's an egg laid by a chicken. And other people would say it's not the first chicken egg until it's an egg that birthed a chicken. And then that definition is actually up for debate. That's the only case I would be willing to argue for any of this. The first chicken egg, is it an egg birthed by a chicken? Right? Like, produced by a chicken? Or is it the first chicken that gave us, the first egg that gave us a chicken? And that nuance, I think, is lost on society, but we totally get it here, right? And that is where it becomes fuzzy. And that might have been the original definition of this dichotomy. But it's lost on modern society for sure. Right? Like, modern society fucking sucks. No, I get it, memory fade. What we're getting at is the definition of what a chicken egg is. You could produce an egg that produces a chicken, but is that a chicken egg, right? The animal that created that egg might actually own the taxonomy of that, right? So if it's a fucking, like, let's just pretend some lizard, the egg you produced, is it a chicken egg or a lizard egg? If you're a lizard and you produce a thing that mutated into what is a chicken, is that egg a lizard egg or a chicken egg? And it comes down to the thing that created it versus the thing that came out of it. And that is tougher. That's a harder argument to make. And you have to define that specifically rather than being able to argue it pragmatically, you know? Without a definition of which one is which, it doesn't matter. Again, memory fade, you're missing the point. You're fundamentally missing the point. The egg that was laid is defined by either who created it or what was coming from it. And that is up for debate. No, again, memory fade, you might be showing up way later. We've already debated that part. We know that the egg has existed for thousands of years before what we're talking about. What we're now getting into is the semantics of, is the egg defined by the thing that created it or the thing that came from it? And that is where this entire argument, I think, stems from, but modern society has forgotten the origin of the argument. So David, I don't think that's actually the argument at all. Sorry, David, I don't think that's relevant to the argument I'm making. I could be wrong, but I love arguing this kind of shit. But this is actually like coming down to semantics. Well, honestly, memory fade, we have actually found the exact moment that we need to like think about and decide where does one end and where does one start. This is actually like, no, we have found the exact moment that this like line could be drawn. The thing that might have been chicken-like but wasn't a chicken gave birth to an egg that then became what we know of as the chicken. Is that egg a chicken egg? Or is it simply the egg of the thing that birthed it? And that is like where the semantics become fuzzy. I'm sorry, David, like, there's no such thing as a chicken giving mammalian birth. So whatever you're talking about is just, it's science fiction. Unless you can point out some specific edge case or reference for that, it's just science fiction. And you can speculate all you want, but that's just not science. So memory fade. No. Again, like, we could find that exact transition. And maybe you want to expand it to generations before that transition, fine. But it still doesn't change the fact that if you condense the middle period, which you can do, like, mathematically, which one is the decider of what the thing is in the middle? Is it the thing that came after, or is it the thing that created it? At this point, no, that's like, it's undecidable, what I'm getting at. And I didn't understand that until we argued it just now, right? I fundamentally believe that the egg came first, especially when we consider the fundamental, like, basics of what an egg is, the hard shell, etc. But again, you could pick an exact mutation. I still think you're missing the point. Because that mutation, who owns the mutation? The creator? Or the thing that became? It still boils down to one thing that exists between these two states. That's what I'm getting at, memory fade. No matter what, you can condense the middle layer to whatever you want, to a couple generations, to a few. Like, I don't give a shit how many generations you care about. At some point, there's the thing that birthed what would become the chicken, and then at the end of it, there's the chicken that came from that egg. And the layers between those two things don't fucking matter. It could be 1,000 generations, or it could be one. That is actually, like, reducible as far as, like, the math of it goes, right? Like, the algebra of it. At that point, you need to, like, either pick the thing that created the egg or the thing that came from the egg. The mutation is inside the egg, right? But it's basically like Schrodinger's egg. If you want to really, like, boil it down, the thing that created all the eggs in between versus the chicken that finally came from the eggs from the original thing, again, condense it down to the base level, and it's Schrodinger's egg. It's either a chicken or it's not. But you don't know until it's born. Dude, Grok isn't gonna fucking know. Grok is only as smart as human beings, and Grok is terrible at philosophy. Human beings are generally terrible at philosophy. That's why we're debating this shit still today. Dude, ask Grok, but don't treat it as the absolute truth. Grok doesn't fucking know. Dude, don't treat some fucking LLM as some, like, AI source of truth. That shit's only as smart as the data we feed it. Garbage in, garbage out. If you get a good answer, sure, but dude, I wouldn't trust it as far as I can throw it. And with my bad shoulder, I shouldn't be throwing anything. That's a reference to fucking Ferris Bueller, right? I don't trust the kid as far as I can throw him. Ooh, and Ed, with your bad knee, you shouldn't be throwing anybody. There you go, Hamzard. Pre-chicken or post-chicken, they're both probably delicious. That is like the fundamentally like objective approach to it. I bet they're both delicious. Memory, I would say that is not basic shit. That's still philosophy. Science can't answer that question. Now, because the egg, until it's born, has not been observed to be something different, right? That is like Schrodinger's fucking, like, right? Schrodinger's box. It's both true and false until it's observed. Sorry, memory. Like, I don't think you'll find a solid, believable answer to this question now that I've like thought about it ourselves. In general, the egg refers to the egg in general, which means it obviously came first. But if you mean the chicken egg, well, that's trickier. That comes down to a matter of philosophy. My favorite part of streaming is doing some of this bullshit. So I appreciate y'all hanging out while I do it, while we think about it. Like, you know, I could hammer out code. Having these conversations, way more fun. Oh, King Gizzard and the Wizard Lizard. Yeah, sure, they're good, but we're not going to listen to that. Shut up, Cheryl Waters. Hold on. The egg is... Okay, so David, hold on. There could be a chicken missing link. Maybe. Or can you recognize that the platypus is just not a mammal? Right? Does the platypus have mammalian glands, right? Memories. If you think about what a mammal is, it involves tits. And the platypus doesn't have tits. Biologically, the platypus is not a mammal. It's actually kind of that simple. You can boil all this shit down to taxonomies. And the platypus is not a mammal. It doesn't have tits. Mammal is from the root word of memory, which literally translates to like the mammary glands, right? Fucking tits. If you don't feed from tits, you're not a mammal. Right? As a baby, if you don't feed from tits, you're not a mammal. It's actually that simple. Their whole body is a tit. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I mean, do they have nipples? Can you milk them? No. So Colton, even like dudes have tits. Dudes have nipples. They are still mammals. Wait, the milk is secreted from their skin? Wait, what? Okay, so I didn't know that. I guess. Okay, so the platypus is transcendental. I had no idea. Wait, really? That's a thing? Alright, so someone created the fucking platypus as a joke. If we go back like 100 million years, someone made a fucking platypus as a joke. Like, what the fuck? Really? I'll believe you, but dude, what the fuck? But Colton, right? Just because you don't have like tits with fatty deposits doesn't mean you're not a mammal. You still got nipples, right? You got nipples. We could milk you. I'm kidding. That's a quote from a thing, right? You don't need to be able to be milked to have tits. You got tits still. Wait. Cockroach milk? Do cockroaches have tits? Is there a nipple you'll milk them from, or are you just making milk from cockroaches by compressing them? Right? Is it the same as oat milk? Yeah, oats don't have nipples either. We can still make milk from them. Soy milk. Yeah, soybeans don't have nipples either, but we can still make milk. Yeah, I do not want to drink roach milk. No, thank you. Not for me. All right, so Colton provided a definition that I will provide to the rest of the stream. Despite my wanting to push back and not know this whatsoever because it sounds super gross. Cockroach milk refers to a nutrient-rich, pale yellow liquid secreted by female Pacific beetle cockroaches to feed their embryos, which then crystallize into protein-rich crystals. I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit, but that is not the same thing. All right? That is us as humans lacking the proper words to describe that process. And milk just happens to be the easiest word. Yeah, exactly, Tristan. Vomits profusely. Yeah, totally. Bob, I don't know what you're talking about the cow and chicken. I don't think I want to know, actually. But can I just say we get really technical about things here on stream? It's just not technical about the things that you thought we'd be technical about, right? We were talking about GraphQL earlier. But you know what? Cockroach milk is just about as technical. So, fuck it. Whatever. And probably better for your data center anyway. Probably better for your data center, right? Colton is saying cockroach milk is a new gym bro protein shake, right? No big deal. Just gotta milk those fucking cockroaches better. Right? They got nipples? I bet you can milk them. It's the new low T cure. No big deal. But yeah, memory fade. You're surprised they're turning on one of the 3 Mile Island plants for a data center. Wait, memory, are you here in the US? Sorry, are you here in Washington State? I believe 3 Mile Island is like a couple 100 miles away, like here in Washington, right? Oh, wait, is 3 Mile Island not here in Washington? I thought it was. Shit. Oh, 3 Mile Island's in Pennsylvania? Oh, that makes way too much sense. Okay, I get it. Totally. Well, that explains everything, Godspent. I'm kidding. That was a bad joke. I'm sorry. Bad joke. Bad joke. No, I thought 3 Mile Island was here in Washington. Really? It is in PA. Not, I mean, I'm sorry to doubt you. Like, holy shit, man. There is definitely some, like, nuclear shit here in Washington. What am I thinking of? Oh, Hanford. Oh. Hold on. Damn, Code Spent. That is way too relevant, right? No offense. Didn't want to dox you. My bad. That is just so fucking, like, apropos. That's amazing. That's kind of genius. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. How dare you? What did you do? What did you do? Yeah, no. So, yeah. Hanford, Washington is actually, I guess, the thing I was thinking of. Dude, I could have sworn 3 Mile Island was, like, right here in Washington. My bad. I've been wrong about that for, like, 20 years. Shit, dude. Well, thank you for the correction. That's what I love about Twitch chat. I don't have to be right. I just gotta listen. Wow. Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy, man. I did not know that. Hold on. What's the Johnny Carson quote? I did not know that. Yeah, no worries there, Tristan. We'll play some games here at some point. Yeah, what games do you play? We can game together. Probably not right now. Learned how to swim in the river right there. Okay. Kind of a bummer. Well, yep, no worries. Did you get superpowers? I mean, you said you're pretty good at first-person shooters, right? Might be a shitty superpower, but you might have gotten it. Yeah, internal aimbot. Or you can detect when, like, streamers are lurking your stream or something, right? There you go. That could be good. All right, so what I'm thinking, yeah, we bullshit, we talk about random stuff, we do our thing. Game wise, stream wise, what we do is we recognize that creating a new notification, such as home phone, right? We can do that. We can call it SMS. We can say 123-456-7890. Damn it, did I just leak my number? Please don't dox me. And we go create a notification. Like, that's no good. The form is dynamic enough that I feel like we're good. And we're at 8 p.m. tonight. You know what? Making this form submit in the right way and recording values and doing some other stuff and doing it for email too would be nice. We'll do the SMS one first. And then email, we should definitely include the email that is available to the account. Or the current user. If we let a user create their own email account for a baseline thing, it should be selectable. So we'll see that. That could be a thing. Yeah, we'll do SMS first as the example. But email should follow. And a lot of this should be okay. How do we feel about this drop down though? Right? Is that the right order to show this stuff? Or should the number we're calling out be ahead of the country? That's one quick thing we could do. Anyone know of any other service that does it otherwise? Is the prefix the first thing? Maybe we do country first and then prefix and then the name? I will absolutely do webhooks. Yes, for sure. Webhooks are not part of the initial MVP, but they're absolutely part of the product I want to sell to people. Absolutely. Fuck yeah, dude. 100%. Yeah, for sure. Nah, man, like, we got a product we want to build, and I want to get there, but yeah. So number first after the flag. Yeah, yeah. No, I get that. Hold on. Let's show it. So Memory Fade and Corman. I'm building a service to listen to mentions on Blue Sky. Your product or keyword, we can notify you in some way. Is this a billion-dollar company? Fuck no. But could I make like dozens of dollars a month? Damn right. And in the process, prove out a business dozens of dollars wise to consume another thing I'm building, which is based upon like quotas and like balances and all of that, right? No, it's not reading the news. It's reading Blue Sky's like firehose. The only thing we're concentrating on right now is Blue Sky. If you're not aware of Blue Sky, well, check it out, sure. But Blue Sky is the core thing we're abstracting right now, and then other stuff we could add later. But Blue Sky is the core thing because this product is only meant to dog food another thing I'm building. To manage quotas and balances and solve some of like the rigmarole for that bullshit. So if what I'm building seems very simple, sure, it is. That's the entire point. I need to make this launch and be useful, and then dog food another thing I'm building that I think is less obvious, but still valuable. But I need to, like, use my other thing from the perspective of just a person using it. Because if I don't do that, I don't know if I'm actually, like, building the right thing. So the quota and balance management tool is another product I've worked on in the past. But we don't need to solve that problem in the moment until I solve this problem. What about Borang? Like, dude, Borang, I don't know if you intended this, but every time I see your name, and I've said this before 1,000 times probably, or at least 29, when I see your name, I think of Zoidberg from Futurama. What about Zoidberg? What about Borang? Like, same idea. Yeah, yeah. So, appreciate you, man. Thank you for being like just such a fixture here in the community. Even when I make the same fucking joke about your name every single fucking time, because you just don't chat enough, man. So you love the stream, you love Futurama, but if you chatted more, I wouldn't have to like make the same joke every time, because I'd remember that I made that joke previously, but I feel like now I'm remembering that I made that joke previously, so it's a tautology. It's one of those things. But I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. And Perpskirp and everyone. Yeah. I repeat the same jokes over and over if you're not here every single time. If you give me time to forget, I'll make the same joke again. This is not an incentive to forget. But maybe it is, so fuck it. Whatever. I got jokes. If I keep making the same joke when you keep resubscribing, yeah, that's a badge of honor. There you go. Touche. I guess. But okay, we're at 8 p.m. Oh my god. This fucking dude. This guy drinking the whiskey and just gaming. Like hanging out, playing fucking like the game of software dev. He needs to eat some cheeseburgers. So yeah, the soundtrack is good, but we go raid someone. And I'll be back here tomorrow. And we do more of this bullshit fucking form. Yeah, we got more shit to do. We solved some of the UI problems and problems I didn't even think we had. But necessary problems. And yeah, like this UI is feeling really good, in my opinion. I'm not a designer, so yeah, like designers could throw up in their mouth a little bit. Fuck them. Who cares? But yeah, I think we're building something I like, and I think we're building something that customers could like, and we just got to keep like building and making something that solves a problem, which I think we are doing, but also, fuck it, whatever. If nobody uses this, I'm still proving a separate thing internally. I have a product. I need to dog food it. The way I'm dog fooding it, does it work? If you're not putting that effort into your own like bootstrapped like software as a service, well, you're probably fucking up. Like at least talk to users if you don't want to make it yourself. But I don't have users, so I just got to make it myself. I know, right? Whole chicken and egg scenario. We debated that for like an hour, so please, we don't want to debate it again. Right? I'm a master debater. Let's go raid someone. Who's streaming right now? Come on. Who's even streaming right fucking now? I don't know, man. I gotta go look. Shit. We could raid Middle Ditch, but he'd never raid us, so who gives a shit? Ooh. Juicebox Heroes playing some repo. Solid. We haven't rated Earend in ages, but also we've rated him way more times than he's rated us. So yeah, like, no, I'm waiting for Earend to eventually try and pay back that favor, but he won't because reasons. So instead we find someone else. Fuck it. I see a lot of game dev. We see Nikwan doing data science. Okay. We see one person doing inertia and Vue.js. You know what? We will have time to give Nikwan a raid. Yeah, Tuto hasn't like paid it back. But also that's like a timing thing, so we can call that out. But now, Earend doesn't have that excuse. I know for a fact he has ended stream and not rated us. So it doesn't make up for the times we have rated them. So instead, let's go raid Tuto instead. He's just showing fucking ships on the horizon. Does that mean he's shipping today? I don't know. We'll figure it out. I feel like Tuto hasn't rated us that often either, but again, time zones are a problem, timing of the day, etc. And Iran may have the same problem, but they've also had way more time to make it right. I'm only human, man. Quid pro quo. Quid pro quo. Yeah, I can say it out loud. But let's go raid Tuto. They're an hour into their stream. We'll go see what they're up to. Fuck it. Yeah, I feel like they're doing a bunch of inertia Vue.js stuff, which means Laravel for the backend. I thought Livewire or Hotwire or LiveView or whatever was that, but no, inertia is like its own thing. And it's a little separate. It's like the interaction between Vue and Laravel. But there's like a separate layer too. So let's go say hi and see what they're up to. And I'll be playing some games with y'all over here on Gaming Channel. If you don't know about Gaming Channel, that's me, Gripping and Chill. I'll be over there in just a little bit, but I do have to cook some food, so it'll be burger time. Big old burger time here in, I don't know. Yeah, like 5 minutes, and then it'll take like a half hour to cook. So, see you guys soon. Later. Cheers. Enjoy.